we're getting called meetings ordered. So it's Brad.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather here this evening to conduct public business. We just ask that you watch over and keep us safe and well. Be with all those who are hurting and experiencing pain in their families. Just give them a touch of grace, dear Lord, and we thank you most of all for your Son dying on the cross for our sins. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Oh, no. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of the Republic, one language, indivisible. Got it. Oh. Polish the Jeep out there.
Thank you. All right, apologies, Mr. Chair. So, let's see, if you call a quorum, I believe is where we are. So, all right. In terms of who is here, Ms. Bechtel? Here. Ms. Kuchenbuck? Here. Mr. Cox?
Here.
Mr. Booth?
Here.
And Mr. Turner?
Here.
Thank you.
So we have to approve what the agenda. Everybody got it?
Personnel under closed session,
Yeah.
Anyone? Okay.
they want or EA,
Looking
Any other?
Mr. Chairman, my, actually have two, if that's possible. So the one I had alerted you all to is that I would also like to add as under new business, item B, RFP for audit services. And that would be an action item if you all approve. And then in addition to that, as you see, our game warden, Mr. Shaw, is here. And so he would be available if you all would like to call upon him. Maybe after public comment, if there's any questions related to bears and green boxes and all those kind of things, because it's been a subject of discussion, as you all know. Can I make a basket? So I guess that would become item 9, right after public comment, and then everything would flow after that. Those are our requests for this.
Maybe we should approve the agenda.
I'll make that motion as amended. Second.
Motion second, call roll.
On the motion to approve the agenda as amended with the addition of providing opportunity for the game warden to answer any questions under 9, to add personnel as an item for closed session under A1, and to add item D, RFP for audit, and that would be an action item. On that, Ms. Kuchenbuck?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Next would be the approval of disbursements. Anybody have a chance to look?
Yeah.
So, anybody have any questions? Floor is open for motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Any more discussion, call the roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbuck?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, disbursements are approved.
Need to approval of the minutes.
April 11th budget workshop.
We don't have any questions, I'm taking a motion to approve the April 11th, budget work session minutes.
So moved.
I'll second.
Second, call roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the minutes from the April 11th, 2023 budget work session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, those are approved. Thank you. Our next item would be public comment, and if anyone hasn't signed up, to do that right now, if you want to speak.
It is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, will have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. You come forward, state your name, the district you're from, and limit your comments to 4 minutes.
And you're in the Okay, so, Mr. Chair, at this point, we have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Leon Moore from Burkesport. And if we could ask you to please use the microphone so we can pick it up and we mentioned in our earlier meeting, well, more is coming up, but we're going to do our best with the microphones as well for us. Thank you.
You ladies and gentlemen, Leon Moore, District, Birchcourt District. And didn't really think much about speaking tonight, but I've talked to a couple of you on an issue that I like to keep in the forefront. But I know you're working on your budget now, and I know budget situations are kind of tough because being in banking, I had to work on budgets for about 50 years. And I was very good at fudging the budget when I had to do one for my department, but then when I got in charge, I was very good at cutting. But I've sent y'all a couple of clippings or two from information that I've received, articles cut out of the newspaper that I think are very appropriate right now. And I've talked to a couple of you about another issue or so that I've talked to friends of mine and relatives in different localities around here. And one of the problems that they've got is in law enforcement. The problems that's coming up in a lot of the areas is something I really don't want to see get a foothold here in Floyd. So my comment is that for our law enforcement and our first responders, I really want you to make sure that you are able to fund those that will keep our county safe, keep the people of the county safe, because unfortunately, if you talk to a lot of people in Roanoke and Patrick County and Giles County and Montgomery County and around, it's getting to the point that in certain areas it's getting dangerous. So my request is that when you start looking at the sheriff's budget and the first responders budget, takes these things in mind, and I know that you will, but it's something that I do believe in because that's the only reason that you can keep your county safe is if you have the appropriate first responders and people that can do the job. Because too often we've got areas that do not fund their police officers and their rescue squads. And if you read the newspaper, watch TV, you'll find out what's happening to them. And I came here in 1988, and at that time, people told me that, well, we don't even lock our doors. And I told them, I said, unfortunately, I've come from an area too, that you lock your doors and your windows. Keep your baseball bat beside your bed at night, and it will come to Floyd. And it has in a certain amount. And I certainly don't want to see it get any worse. So I would ask you, as you consider the budget, make sure that our safety people are well taken care of. Thank you very much for your time. If I can help you in any way, give me a call.
Alrighty. Well, I'll declare the public comment period closed. Angie's gracious enough to come listen to us tonight off. We've been like the meeting that you were even better. Even ones I believe it's harder to deal with. I'll leave it up to the board if they've got any questions for you, comments.
Do you have any suggestions over what we've already trying to do, break their habits? I know the big part of the problem, we got to get people to stop feeding animals, and we got to get them to close doors. I know that's a big problem. Is there anything else you can think of we can do to curl or break their habits than what we've been doing?
So I think you got one thing. Sorry. Thank you. I believe I'm not sure how many dumpsters were purchased last year that was a bear proof. I know that they did work with our biologist, did get the bear proof dumpsters, and they are expensive. That's one way to start. On the right track. Some of the other areas, as far as preventative measures, we've had issues with bears before, and when we take measures to kind of correct that behavior, we've got to make sure that it's in a safe place to do so. If we take a measure to change a bear's habits, go to a certain spot, we use stun guns at times in parts of the state. But the issue is where we do that, we've got to make absolutely sure that when he's actually up and moving again, that he doesn't run out in front of traffic or something and causes a big accident or someone gets hurt. So that's one of our big issues that we're looking at the moment, where we take these kind of measures. The big thing is people just got to realize they cannot leave food or anything with a smell on the outside of those dumpsters. It's got to be up in top and then secured by the container itself. As far as, I've had some people ask me about kill permits for some of these bears. The only way the statutes will allow us to do that is if someone calls, and I'll actually go out and inspect the property and I verify that it is damaged and it's bear damage. These people that are asking for these permits, it's got to be affecting their livelihoods. So it's basically our farmers, beef farmers, dairy farmers,
Tree farmers?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Our tree farmers. So even some of the livestock, we've got chicken farmers that sell eggs and chickens. I can issue one there. But as far as them doing damage, in hay fields and areas like that, the statute doesn't allow me to do it because it's hay and it's not really like alfalfa. Alfalfa I probably can, but with the hay fields, no. It's one of those things, but that's the only time I can really issue the kill permit is if, and I usually farmers, because there's usually 98% of the people that I deal with those, they're getting damage and they're losing monetary value to their their crops or their livestock. As far as issuing summonses for people feeding bears, it used to be till about 4 years ago, if I knew somebody was feeding a bear and I saw them or could do it, I could issue a summons right then. A couple of years ago, the General Assembly came back and they actually reworded the law and it was intended for deer. But bear was included into that code. So now if I'm gonna issue a summons for someone feeding a bear, I have to issue them a written warning first to let them know, all right, you can't do this, you're gonna get a summons the next time. That kind of handcuffed us a little bit as far as being able to push a little harder on the feeding of the bears. But, most people understand it. All right, we can't do this anymore. So that's another way around it. If people are seen or videoed leaving trash outside the dumpster and they've been warned about it, they can be cited the next time they do it. And the reason that will stand is because they know, they say, well, I'm not intentionally feeding the bears or whatever. Well, you're making the bear come there. The food you're putting out or the trash you're putting outside the dumpsters or there at the house, you're causing the bear to be there to eat. So if you're not even intentionally doing it, but you know he's coming, that statute meets that. So they're aware. As far as, like I said, a lot of the people that I can't issue a summons to, or excuse me, a kill permit to, I advise them to get rubber buckshot. We pepper them in the behind and scream and holler at them, and we're making life uncomfortable for them. We want to associate them being stung with rubber buckshot with that human voice and where they are. And that's what we're trying to do, is change that behavior. I've had some people ask me, well, why don't you come trap this bear and remove him? They did that for several years, and then they discovered that the bear over here on this piece of property's learned this bad habit. We track him and then we put him in a trap and we take him somewhere else. Well, he still has that bad habit. So now he's moved from point A to point B doing the same thing. So that's why we try to change the behavior with telling everybody keep all their bird feeders up, all of that stuff, the rubber buckshots, paintball guns. I used to use paintball guns. I need to get the one refilled that I have now, but I could always tell my repeat offender, because he's already been tattooed a couple times where I've hit him. So I know, well, I've dealt with this bear before. Those work well. Other than, like you said, fencing it in, then they can climb fences. And I saw the one get into the dumpster down here beside the drive-in 2 summers ago. He just got on top of it and jumped on it till he caved it in. So.
The older they find the fences. I've had some people question that. Is there something there that would repel them, so to speak?
We do, but I don't know how that would work here. Electric fences work great. They hate electricity, especially if they get it on the nose or the face. And that's why a lot of times with our biologists, and we use the stun gun, and that it works well. They learn quickly. I don't want to be there, and I'm not going to bring that. But I don't know how that'll work with the public. As far as somebody coming in. I'm there at 12 o'clock trying to dump my trash, and I touch the fence.
Yeah, I think it would be quite funny.
I'm like the bear. I can stand electricity, but a lot of the farmers in Florida, a lot of the farmers, they're putting up electric fence, especially around their chicken areas, and it works extremely well. Yeah, beehives, it does, but that's.
It's like the game biologist said when she was here. When we find a good restaurant, we take our family back.
Yeah.
When they find a good food source, they bring their family.
Yeah, it does.
Moving the boxes away, may deter them for a little while. They don't forget.
Yeah. And if they keep getting food, like you said, they're gonna keep coming back. They do.
They may win a month, so, but they get hungry.
Mhm.
From a personal, I'm one of those farmers that had damage. We literally just came about a 4 to 5 foot Fraser fir and literally just broke the top of it out. Do you know what it's doing?
They like that fresh growth.
Oh, nice.
What they're after is that fresh new growth.
But they just broke it and then it just lays down. And they don't-
They'll eat it, sometimes they won't. Sure, well, even with the cornfield, they'll stick them in
Right.
with it, and they'll rake it in and they'll
Yeah.
eat some or just sit in.
Right.
Yeah, they'll sit there all day. But that's what they're after, that fresh new growth.
Good question. What's your outlook moving forward on these? I just remember my dad, we never really even hardly seen these things for 10, 15 years. We had to go to Tennessee to the Smoky Mountains to find them. But I remember my dad saying he never much got into deer hunting back in the 60s and 70s. He tried to, but he'd go out there and sit and he could never find a deer.
Right.
And then, of course, now, 40 years later,
Yep.
they're everywhere. And what's your outlook as we progress? I don't hunt much, so what's the bear season right now? It's not very.
Yeah, it is, they do have an early season through parts of Montgomery, Giles, Craig, and that little area. We don't have it here in Floyd. Like you said, the deer, the laws that have been set forth to protect the black bear 40 years ago, 30 years ago, well, it's paid off. Now the numbers are up. They've got a substantial number of bears. So they're starting to increase some of the seasons now. There are discussions about maybe a double tag for some people, bear hunters that want it, instead of just the one per year per hunter. Now, what we could do is, when they have the public meetings with our department, have people express, look, we want an early bear season. We need an early bear season. I'm constantly getting damaged. We're hitting them with cars. We're seeing them all the time now. And of course, our board, those will go through our board and from the recommendations of our wildlife division. Now, they do listen. If they look at the numbers that's coming in, the number of bears killed and so forth, and the number of bears sighted, they're like, well, actually, we could do an early season in Floyd, and it's not gonna hurt the bear population. So that's how those kind of get changed. That would be something to really do, is have several people, contact the department and say, look, we'd like to have an early bear season.
Do we see a lot of bear hunters?
Not much in Floyd County. There are some.
Right.
The biggest area where I work Giles, Floyd, Montgomery, Pulaski, and Craig. Those are the 5 counties that I work. There are several in Floyd County, but the biggest portion of bear hunters I see are in Craig County. And that's because they can run their dogs there, and it's basically 3/4 of the county's public land. They can run dogs for 2 days in a row and never come across private land. So that's kind of one of the things here in Floyd, where a lot of it, it's basically all private. And there's just not that many bear hunters here in the county. Don't know if the early bear season would bring more in. It's just something, that it never hurts to ask. And they do listen to the.
They at least on average have good wins a lot of times.
They do. I've actually seen a sow this year that had 4. She's had 4.
Just on this side of Duxbury, a young couple put in sheep in side the road. My wife came through there the other day and across the road was a mother bear and 2 cubs.
Yeah.
I told her, I said, she came to smell the story. She'll be back.
Yeah. The bear-proof dumpsters, they do work well, but I know they're high, and I don't mess with or get involved with the grant and that kind of stuff. I don't know, but I know they're high, but they do work.
As long as the public does what they need to.
That's it.
That's the other problem.
Yeah, if they don't put the trash in the dumpster, they're gonna just keep on coming.
closed.
Kind of on the right track, it's just kind of fine tuning it now.
One inside of town, I don't know anything, I don't know where they get the right idea. I've seen it half a beef over.
Yeah.
It's been skinned out and just thrown over the back. Yeah. Well, a deer card, okay, but a half a beef, somebody somewhere has killed it. Skinned it out and took it down there and threw it over the back. And then, I'm sorry, you're not feeding deer with that. You know that.
Yeah. That's probably the same one that's been getting the apples down there at Express.
Really?
Seen the video.
Oh my gosh.
It's either another part of it. You know, as I was growing up, like you barely saw one. But if it's, and usually they saw you before you saw them, and all you saw of them was tuck tail and gone. But these now, they've got used to coming around, they're used to being around humans, they're not afraid.
Yeah. They're looking for anything they can eat and they find it, like you said, they're gonna keep coming as long as it's there. And then they're gonna look again later if it's gone.
I expect any time to hear of somebody getting mauled at one of these sites.
Well, I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen, because it does, but it's kind of rare that it ever does. I've been doing this almost 13 years and I've only worked 2 where a bear got humans, and one of them was a hunter, and they'd been after this bear all day long with their dogs. He just happened to turn when they shot and got one of the hunters. And then we had one in Giles can't even answer what the deal was with that. She was walking a trail and he swatted at her. So it does happen. Yep. Yeah.
Or get between them.
Yeah. But, other than that, I'm, like I said, might talk to the department through the outreach with, the public, asking for the early season in Floyd County.
I think game laws actually, what comes up next year,
It does.
yeah, it's next year.
Yeah. If anybody even wants to, email the department, they'll actually put them in with the following year. Yeah. I've sat on a couple of those committees and they'll go through every single email or phone call and they'll look at each concern or what people want to be changed or whatever. And they do consider it. Sometimes the answer is no, but they do look at each one of them and they look to see if the resource can stand it and, not take a hit to where we're back down to really numbers of losing their bear population altogether. And then they're like, well, yeah, the population can withstand that, so we'll do that.
Finally allowed those seats.
Right.
The populations reached a certain amount. Same way with the
Mm-hmm.
I'm not crazy about the way the program set up. I thought you had to earn a buck, but you can actually shoot a buck first and then.
Right.
Yeah, so it helps, but it's got loopholes too.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember back in the early 90s hunting over here that you could kill 2 does or 2 deer in one day, and that worked well. They wanted the numbers down. And then once that population got to where it was healthy again, then they quit. Now we're back up to 2 a day again. And they were wanting to eliminate some more of the does, so that's where the hunter buck come in. If you kill 1 buck, you've got to kill a doe before that second buck.
There've been some talk of spring season too. Or it's not going to.
I wouldn't think so. Well, even later on, I wouldn't think so because all the does are pregnant. So they're taking a chance on losing not just 1, but 3 or 4. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, anything like that, if you want to push it towards our board, they'll listen.
Well, I thought, look, kill the doe, then go back and get a buck for it.
If you got one buck, 10 does, you got $10 in one doe, then that's the operation down.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm, not do away with it, you get it coming back. Well, speaking of deer, I've had a few people, comment to me that they've seen. I think that the older deer, you know, as they get older, they're not as deep. But if someone thinks they have a deer on their property with the wasting, they call you, they call, what's the process in that, if you don't mind touching on it? But not off season.
They could call me, but it might be that I'm tied up on a call or something, and it might be like a day or two before I can even get to it. If they call the department, they'll send somebody out to look at it, that's closer or that's available.
Anybody here would call me.
You could, call the Richmond number, dispatch, because, you could call the Marion office and they would get in touch with us by email, but if you call the Richmond office, they get a hold of us by radio, where Marion won't, they'll be able to just email us. So, that'd probably be your best way, but with the CWD, when it starts showing, they're real sick, they're real skinny, they're humped up in the back and their heads are down and their ears are forward. They've got that really roughed up look. And if they'll bump into something, they'll just kind of keep bumping into it. So people know, yeah, they're really sick. But yeah, if they call me, and if I can, I'll come take a look.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me up.
The trout's been good.
It has. Last month, well, it's almost May already. But yeah, they put some good trout in this year. The way to look at it is every other year is a big trout year. It takes them 2 years to grow that 6, 8, 10, 12 pound browns and rainbows.
2 years. Fishing. Bird sport, they didn't stop.
Well, were you there the day they did stop? You have to keep an eye on the internet there. Posted when they stop. I'll be more than glad, somebody wants to call about questions or concerns or what. Please have them call me.
I think guys work for most of them. You have a question you want to ask them about?
Could make a comment, would not believe that birds are extremely attracted to baby diapers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every place that you see a bear mess,
Yeah.
I guarantee there's gonna be a bag full of baby diapers.
Yeah.
They love them.
Something about that smell.
Not that.
Yeah.
True.
Smell of it.
Cody told me, he said, Dwayne, that's when he had him picking up Friday.
They collect out of clean ones or dirty ones?
I think it's something with the smell of those plastics and things they use, because they get my trail cameras. There's certain cameras that they'll get. I'll put out 4 of them and they'll end up getting like only one every time. But something about a plastic smell they like. So, they'll drag it out. Drop it down the hill. But, yeah, I'll be more than glad to ask have anybody contact me, have questions or something. Get them in touch with one of our biologists or something. All right?
Hey, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Oh, you again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just give me all if you need something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, have a good evening.
We're not saying, misconception, we here or we're not doing anything, but Mr. Durbin is going over our solid waste order, trying to tighten it up, make it more expensive for the ones that we catch. And trying to figure out some way or another that we can make it more painful for the people using our boxes. But, and as I was in law enforcement through the ground, I've sat on these boxes for 2 hours at a time. Nothing. You leave, go get me a bite to eat, come back, somebody done dumped it. I've had people call me at my house while I've been on this job. And I'd run up there, and when I get there, they're gone. And one time, and I did get a call, I was coming down the road, the guy was dragging windows out, busting the glass out, keeping the aluminum. So I know the guy, I charged him in the past, he was out of Carroll County. When I got there, he wasn't doing nothing, he sat in his car. So I asked the people, I said, y'all see him? Yeah, oh yeah, we seen him. Y'all testify? Mm-mm, no. So there's nothing I can do. You know, I can tell Brian who was doing it, but unless y'all testify that y'all seen it doing it, we haven't got any. So,
Ordinance on the books doesn't help unless you can enforce it.
yeah, and, you know, the sheriff's department, I mean, they're follow the calls that we get, so they can't sit on it. And, you know, we had a fund built up for,
Resource.
yeah, just the overtime thing, if they want to come out and work green boxes, but if we deleted that, you know, maybe during the budget period, we can put something in, and actually, I think we're taking fines and putting in there, building it up. Maybe something that we can, you know, start up again. Some of the guys like doing it, some. We're asking, if we try and, you know, we had this discussion for 3 times for the last week, so.
Yeah, this was about the third one we've had with the game part of the visual. One of the biologists is here.
Well, I noticed what they had the cardboard with the address on it. Dr. Millsap showed me a host of and that works. Because unless you see them putting it in there, you know, we may write them a letter and say, look, your name turned up, it's using our green boxes. And explain to them it's illegal not to be doing it. But, you know, until we actually see them put it in, you know, I know where they're coming from. You know, I wouldn't think these, not to tell you every road, and I know a lot of the people that was putting it in. But I've never seen it. You know.
Well, unless you, if I might, on that topic, move a couple of things up from my report, since we're talking about this and the gentlemen are here. I bought this out to remind me to tell you all, but I actually have drafted 2 letters to start sending to folks when our solid waste folks are kind enough to collect these. This person has tried really hard to not let us figure out who they are, but we're going to give it a shot. They scratched it out. Yeah. But so one of the letters is, Mr. Chairman, just as you suggested, to point out to them that these are for Floyd County residents and taxpayers. And because they're paid for by Floyd County taxpayers, we would ask that they use their home county facilities. And based on the address, we believe that they are not a Floyd County resident. However, we'll point out to them that if they actually are a Floyd County resident or taxpayer, they can contact the office and we can provide them with a letter to keep in their vehicle that says they do have the right to do that if they're questioned. So we can do that. And then a second one that is related particularly to people who are bringing in construction waste. Because we're seeing, the gentlemen are seeing a lot of that. I don't have as many places to send that, but as people see different vehicles, I don't really have a lot of legal recourse, but I can say your truck has been noted in Floyd County and it suggests your business is not a Floyd County business. And then we'll see if that makes any difference. So wanted to share that with you as well. And then another item is, if you look in your correspondence, we got a lot of phone calls the last 2 weeks about green boxes and those kind of things. And so one of the gentlemen that called was asking particularly about Deer Run Road, which, as you know, has been a continuing trouble point for us. It's close to the Roanoke County line. And this individual actually saw the person drive back into a driveway in a subdivision in Roanoke County after they dropped off a bunch of construction waste. And so he's provided you in correspondence with some of his thoughts and some pictures of what they're finding in the box out there. And as you know, we've always had issues with construction out there, but there have been animals and dogs, and it made me very angry to think that someone would put their dog in a green box. Their dog, a deceased dog in the green box. That's bad on so many levels. But I asked him if I could go ahead and, yeah,
No, it's not.
no, it's not, it's not. But he did want you to see those, and I did specifically, yeah, ask this gentleman about what would he think if we pulled those? Now recognizing it's only one person, but what would he think about having to go to his next nearest green box, which is there at the Dollar General?
Yeah.
And Hyman, yes, and he said, well, at first it would have been upsetting, but now given what he's seeing happen, he only goes to green box once a week. It's not that big a deal. So I wanted to share that with you. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, as a kind of a point of personal privilege, you'll note under 11C, I have transfer station and landfill inspection report. And since some of the folks are here, they never get to hear these kudos. But we got very positive feedback from DEQ on our last round of inspections. And so those are included in your correspondence. And these guys have been on a good run for quite a while of getting really good inspections. And it's tough. So really appreciate the effort that you all are putting in to try to keep up with all the rules and regulations, only some of which make sense. We understand that. But keep things looking nice. So appreciate it.
Still working, coming to church on Sunday, rescuing, setting up their bucket in the grave. A bunch of people standing around. So I pulled in if there's anything I could do. The gentleman had brought his garbage in. He threw a bag over in it. And there was a half of a fence post in it. It was sitting just right that the bag hit it, flipped it over, hit him in the head, knocked him off his truck. So he had a bunch of stitches in his head, but he spent a week in the hospital and 2 days in intensive care. For severe concussions. That it's a safety issue too. And these guys, I've heard the stories about folks coming through the windows and, well, these roots, or they put a bee house in the roof, yeah. So they caught me, I couldn't get it.
And I do want a point of clarification, maybe you had mentioned out of county construction waste, but in general, no construction waste is to go into our green box.
Correct.
It's supposed to go to the transfer station. And I do want to say something, we did a trial run on extended hours at our transfer station. And we made it available to people to come in after work. And we had little to no one utilize those hours, up to you. And I know we're hearing complaints from the general public about that, but I do want to say we did do and made the effort, and it just didn't pan out. So, the hours are posted correct now on a board up there, and I think everybody can make an attempt. If they can't get there Monday through Friday, we are open on Saturdays, and you just got to plan. Just got a plan.
First. People in Dillon County own property in Floyd, they can use our green boxes, but it's for trash generated in Floyd. They still can't bring, if they own property in Floyd, they still can't bring it down here from Carroll County, bring it with them, or Montgomery, or Roanoke, or whatever.
Trash generated.
Those people, they can use it, but it's trash generated in Floyd. I think it's right, ordinance too. At one time,
Okay.
I don't remember that from the meeting, but. I'll look at it.
Something like that.
This is not my first rodeo with that ordinance, and there's a lot of stuff, something that gets taken out, gets put back in, so that may have been taken out. Might verify it, so.
One of the occasions we had enough money to get us a code enforcement officer that I've been preaching about for the last 10 years.
Hopefully it's sooner than later.
Mhm.
But one thing that was intriguing, I know a lot of these sites, but with what conservation officer, I still call him game warden, but his official title is conservation. With what he said, if we can get cameras set up and actually catch people on camera, that we can identify, we can get him, there's the first ball.
Mhm.
If you're putting any kind of food product out there. Then if we catch them again, of course, they'll probably change sites, but somebody will have to keep up with it. But if it was me, if I got called over here, then I'd start going over there. And if I'm on that camera over here, well, that's my first time over here, I can just get a warning, but anyway, you know, maybe it's him some. And I don't know what their fines are, but if we can, until we can get our ordinance sorted out, that's another avenue to use him with the cameras. I can't believe the state did this. Now I can too.
And that is all vested Steve.
Yes.
I'm still on your question. I should ask you this open session or not. Have you dived in a deep enough code when that was ready? I got a ticket like this morning. And that ticket was good for all that.
You're good for all day.
Yeah. Because I could go and just follow all I wanted to and be charged a second.
I don't think so. No, that's a different act, is a different violation. We don't want the all day plans that, yeah, they're.
It would be. But it says.
These I charged suspended. Ready to let you go, not me. I got me a ticket too. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it should be in the green box. You just don't get a freebie the rest of the day.
And if that's not what I was talking about, it's not, it's still in there. Needs to be put.
The other things that, we've talked about internally is, to put together a kind of a community survey on SurveyMonkey that then I can put out the link to folks to hear in a constructive manner what some of their ideas might be and what things they would be willing to do. I have seen there's been some folks lately that have started volunteering to go out to the green boxes and help folks who might not be able to sling stuff up and some of those kind of things. We've talked about if organizations would be interested and willing to adopt a green box site and help us with that management. And we've even discussed if we could get some of them cleaned up and painted a little bit. It's kind of like with rental property, right? If it looks better, then people sometimes are less likely to treat it poorly. So, but there might be other thoughts that people have or other things people be willing to do that if we put something out to the larger community, they might have some ideas. So we'll do that as well. That's why. Yeah, so I was going through some other things because we have Oh, the what?
Get the both.
Oh,
Such a green situation.
who knows? Some of these things might work. So So, well, as you all noted, we have, at 7 o'clock, the public hearing for the road abandonment. So I didn't know, Mr. Chair, we got about 7 minutes if you all wanted to go through some other things for a couple minutes.
Site first.
Okay.
Tractor, agree, get another one there.
Okay. Okay. And I also received a letter from a property owner in Indian Valley that has a green box site. So I wanted to make sure that you all knew I saw that and I have it. So we'll address it.
Discussion with people in Green Mountain, about that one. And they were irritated that we took them out. I said, shoot a messenger because that was the end of the request. We didn't move it, because we didn't move it, it was on his request. You had a VDOT, make sure that it was on private property.
Could you go check and see how often that one on Thursday cleaned out? Because since we took the ones out on Route 8, more of the trash is getting put over that way, so we may need more.
Yeah. Okay.
Whenever later tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, we can check on that. And then, I will note that some of the heavier green box sites, the folks go out even on Saturday night because people put a lot of stuff in there on Saturday. Try to alleviate stuff spilling everywhere on Monday. So we can look at some of those schedules too.
Got anything else?
Okay.
It's yours.
Well, since we have a couple more minutes, if you'd like, I can go through a couple of things in my report and then I can just stop when we get to 7, if that's all right. So on Munis Update, of course, as you all know, that's the new underlying financial software that we're in the process of installing. So we've had our first multi-hour training and walkthrough session earlier this, I guess, late last week. And so that's moving along pretty well. We're making a few modifications as we go along to some of our kind of unique things, but everything seems to be moving as necessary. Danny's been working with them to make sure everything is installed. And so now this most recent meeting was to go through our chart of accounts. So you might recall as part of this transfer, we're taking it as an opportunity to move from our current structure of our chart of accounts, which is loosely based on the state standard, and make it less loosely based on the state standard. And so that's some of the things that are taking place, and that eventually will make it a lot easier to be able to compare our expenditures with other expenditures from different counties, because we'd be doing the same type of work, showing those next to each other. And it should also help a little bit with auditing, because right now our auditor has to make that crosswalk. So that's that item. On county events update, as you know, our events were kind of washed out on Saturday. So the Partnership for Floyd folks were kind enough, since they had all those trees, I believe is 150 trees along with the tubes to help give them a chance at surviving. So I believe all of those have been distributed now. A lot of folks came out on Friday, and that was exciting. And there's also some larger trees in there for the park itself. And so those are getting planted, and really appreciate.
What type of tree?
I think they're dogwoods.
Dogwood.
Yeah, I believe they are. So really appreciate their help on that. As you know, we just did our ribbon cutting for the new playground earlier today. So I will take those pictures that Sydney was kind enough to take and send them on to the Floyd Press and Cardinal and some of those places to get that placed. It was nice that there were a couple of kids that had come to play, so they were included in the pictures. And we also had our volunteers there. The kite event needs to be rescheduled. We haven't picked a date for that yet, because we're we're trying to avoid, of course, normally we would do this coming Saturday, but that's when the health fair is. We thought there might be some crossover there. And the Clean and Green event, which the transfer station and solid waste folks were doing, was also delayed, but that will be happening this coming weekend. And folks will be meeting at the courthouse at, I believe it's 10 o'clock. If anybody would like to come out and help do some cleanup, would really appreciate it. As you know, that was done years past and stopped. And so they've made a lot of effort to start that up again. So appreciate that. Got 1 minute. I already did the transfer station update. And of course, the radio update, which will be the last item I'll take up here. You all heard a little bit about in our budget system, but for the public, we are moving forward, of course, with our $4.5 million investment in a new radio system for first responders. We have had a small snag in that towers space on towers are much more expensive than it used to be. Previously, they would generally allow us to put things up for free or $1 a year because it was for public safety. However, the current tower holders don't feel that level of largesse. And so they're quoting us between $2,000 and $3,000 per tower at this point. So we're involved in negotiations and looking for other items, but that is slowing us down a couple of weeks on the radio system while we try to find some cost-effective solutions. And with that, it's 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
This time, we will move into our public hearing, the road abandonment. 0.16 miles of discontinued state route here. I have that mountain pipe. Cover up the
I don't know if Carla, if you want to add any context to that before we move to public comment. She's been the one doing all the staff work. I would say lion's share, but that's not right. It would be 100% of the staff work on this. So appreciate it.
Well, we talked about this request in February. I don't have anything new to add. I did do another map that we could possibly put.
I was working on
it. Just to give an area version.
At the bottom. Yeah. And there you go.
Maybe not.
No, the picture, no, it's not in your packet. You do have a picture in your packet, but not one that shows the one.
We did go out.
There we go.
We did, yes. We did, and I have copies of pictures of showing that. And, we can go out and post the property. Ta-da! Roger. So after discussion with the VDOT, it was determined that it did affect 4 properties instead of the original 3 that we thought. It is just an approximate location of the 0.168 miles, and
All the properties.
all owners were notified. I did not receive certified signatures back from 2 of the owners. One of them being the petitioner, but I know that he received it.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't landlock anybody.
it does not landlock anybody. It is not a public, it's not currently used. In your packet, I have provided with you all before, and again tonight, the USGS location, which according to VDOT, the location as indicated on this picture is more accurate than USGS. Because the USGS only shows like the parking lot area as being the right of way, and that's not correct. I provided you with the pictures from that Mr. Bell supplied. I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any questions.
Yeah, so, I mean, is this basically VDOT's inaction 88 years ago, or just that it's now we have houses here that weren't there 88 years ago, and VDOT just didn't take the time to do what it needed to do?
Well, from my understanding, VDOT discontinued maintenance of the road. But it's my understanding that the county is responsible for abandoning the
Right,
road.
so nobody ever, but did VDOT come to us? We don't know.
That I do not know.
Okay,
Came to the county to continue,
right,
discontinue, the county actually.
right, discontinuing and abandoning. But I'm wondering if VDOT ever came. 80. No, right.
The boundary lines, you see, in other words, each property owner in each parcel owns the property on both sides of this right.
Yes. Well, the right of way goes through it.
Well, I know years ago, that was the road you didn't have.
Correct.
And so I was asking to make sure that they own both sides of it. So if we abandon it, say that top section there actually belonged to who went off of the property that's now on the other side of the road, now they own a sliver on this side.
No,
That's why I'm asking to make sure that the
Yeah,
property on both, you understand what I'm talking about?
they've got it on the survey here.
yeah,
Each property owner, both sides.
correct.
Yeah. That was, I can't find it. It was, yeah, recent survey just last year. That was
Right.
West Tree.
Lot line revision last.
I mean, that's,
What do you mean by lot line revision?
There was a lot line revision between some of those properties last year, when Mr. Bell and his son purchased the property. The way that it's laid out now is the way that it was revised last year. Mr. Vaughn owned all that property, and some of it went to the Sutphens that owned property behind it. And then, excuse me, they just adjusted the lot lines based between the lot that the soup shop's on and the one behind it.
Or with no right of way still in existence that would have went to the other properties prior to the new road.
Not that I'm aware of.
You see what, I'm not opposed to this, I just want to make sure we got everything covered.
I can only tell you what it looks like today. I can't tell you what it looked like in 1936 when they discontinued the road. I can't tell you what the problems look like.
so much.
On the hearing notice, was in the paper, the people on that, on, as I'm looking at it, on the right-hand side of the existing road right now, the new road, they were notified.
Right.
What about anybody on the left-hand side of the existing road? They notified as well, or?
I was told that the ones that needed to be notified, were the one, I think I included that
Yeah, I think you did too.
map in your packet.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on the other side on the,
In the back, is it 26?
east.
So are you talking about on the other side of 221?
On the east side.
This is the old road. That one's not there. Any property over here would have accessed from this roadway. You
On the
see what-
east side.
You see what I'm saying? The one this way? Now, the road's been moved, But if there were any right of ways in there, have they been vacated?
That,
The survey.
You understand what they can still access, since you're saying that all this property on this side of the road now belongs to whoever, then anybody over here can still access all of it. But if there's a remaining right of way in there, does that create a problem?
I don't think they're adjacent anymore. Whether they have a remaining right of way or not, it's, yeah. I do, I follow you.
Which in 1994, they abandoned the section. Just forgot this section.
Wish they did.
Yeah.
Took care of it. Well, I just wanna, I'm not trying to be difficult, I just wanna make sure everything's clear.
Yeah, I'm not much for abandoning things, but this obviously is a clear situation where, you know, it just got left alone for far too long, and it needs to be taken care of, and, like I said, this board and many boards before it are not, we just don't abandon things just because we want to abandon things. So, yeah, I just wanted to state that, but yeah, this is something that needs to happen. Because right now, the road is, right now, it's, right, it's going through the house, so, yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's a cloud on his title insurance. That's exactly right. Right. And it is.
and that is how it became,
Right.
to light. It was through a title search.
Title agency found it.
Did we have any folks sign up?
I got it.
Okay, that's what she said.
No.
Sorry,
Jordan?
would you like to speak?
He's the petitioner.
Oh. If anybody did not know that there was a sign-up sheet, there was one.
Well, he's signing up. I would just say that to address Mr. Booth's question more fully, our policy provides required to give notice to people who are using the that portion of the road to access the public road. So given the physical, that may come into issue in some abandonments, but I don't think it's here because those folks who we might be concerned about actually have the public right of way move closer to them. So they get to the public roads. There's no way I can imagine them needing that right away to get to the public roads because they're already abutted.
Well, speak to
Well,
it.
that's
I'll keep.
it's a good question. It is within our policy, so.
Yes. Yeah. I called it.
Well, I kept my mouth shut, but we're not supposed to speak during it. I've waited until after. Apologize.
As soon as I started getting business, I said.
Yeah.
that, I'm gonna close the public hearing for the road abandonment. I'll open forward for a motion to abandon the road.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to make this abandonment, the, section that was Old State Route 205, Old Bent Mountain Pike.
1.6.
Yeah, 1.6.
I think we have a proposed resolution.
Motion second, any other discussion? Call the roll.
If we might, Mr. Chairman, I believe we need to officially read the resolution that you all have made a motion and a second to approve. And then I'll call the roll, if that's all right.
Like me to read it? At the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Floyd County, Virginia, held on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the boardroom of the County Administrative Building. Thereof, the following action was taken on a motion of Supervisor Cox, seconded by Supervisor Cookbook and
Sure.
oh.
Read the form, you're reading the form for us.
Whereas a public notice was posted as prescribed under section 32.2-909 Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, announcing the board's intention to abandon the segment of road described below from the secondary system of state highways. And whereas after considering all evidence available and receiving no negative comments at the public hearing held on this date, the board is satisfied that no public necessity exists for the continuance of the discontinued portion of State Route 205 Old Bent Mountain Pike, 0.16 miles from the intersection of Old Bent Mountain Pike, Jacks Mill Road to the intersection of Old Bent Mountain Pike, Floyd Highway North. And whereas the segment of Route 205 is no longer needed as part of the secondary system of state highways. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of Floyd County abandons the road, the above described segment of road, and removes it from secondary systems of state highway pursuant to section 33.2-909 Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. But it is further resolved that a certified copy of this resolution be forwarded to the resident engineer of the Virginia Department of Transportation.
Thank you. So on the motion for that extensive resolution, Mr. Cox, Ms. Cookinger,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Booth, and Mr. Turner. All right, the resolution is approved and we'll go ahead and sign it before we leave tonight.
Closed session. 37. 81. 3. 85. 86.
So move.
Second.
All right, and if I might, on that motion that was moved and seconded, A3 is discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, and that relates particularly to manufacturing and real estate. Also, 2.23711A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business, and that is business expansion. 2.23711A6, discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved. And that addresses both real estate and another matter. And finally, A1, which is personnel. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner. All right, we'll move to closed session. Thank you.
motion to come out of closed session.
Today.
Right.
It's daylight saving.
Make a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Okay. All right, on the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold.
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yeah.
Mr. Booth.
Yeah.
And Mr. Turner.
Yeah.
All right, you are out of close.
Make a motion that we discuss those things. in closed session. Yeah.
So move.
Second.
On the motion to certify that you all only talked about what you said you were going to talk about, that's covered under the closed session law. Mr. Booth? Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yeah.
And Mr. Turner. All right, you certified. All right.
That is so weird.
And we will go from here to yourself.
Well, I think, yeah, I think, sir, we are at new business. Shared road names. 10A. So you see the Department of Emergency Management would like to submit a request for the naming of a shared drive where 3 or more structures will be addressed. The tax max numbers for those properties are number 44-50D, 44-50E, 44-59, and 44-60. The shared drive is off US Route 221. The property owners return the signed form with the following name: Water Haven Lane. You should have information in your.
Doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
I mean, it's not three houses on the same drive. I mean, there's left one, 44-50E, that just goes off to the left, just on it by like this much. I get, I mean, I don't know, I'm trying to remember. Let me see.
Is there? I know where it's at. Which is Calvary Baptist Church, golf course instead. There's golf.
Oh, yeah, there's a golf course.
Golf course.
Oh, so it's those, it's that stuff that you,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, so he's got that high bank along the road.
well,
Yeah.
that's what it is. High bank, right across from, what's his name? Well, that was handy.
I understand why it's like it is.
Yes. Boy, I didn't know it went back that far.
This, is this the dedicated 50-foot right of way or what is it?
See if there's some,
Right.
looking at the documentation that was submitted with it, that would be the only information that I.
It goes back there to 292,
I can't. I don't say.
one that goes back to 1392. I could see that long one there being
Yeah,
you know, like a 20-foot drive.
sure.
But
I don't know, we might pay attention to that. Like this?
It's been, has it been said, what's been setting up?
well, see that, I think that the main, the main one goes all the way back to 1392.
Yeah, but we're also, some of them, you can't do that. I don't know why that, yeah, see, I don't understand the 58-2023. I don't understand that.
15, yeah.
Well, I understand they're trying to get a right of way off of that right.
Bit clearer. So,
Where I am,
You are calling it 4 ounces?
no, 3.
See, 4450F doesn't have a house.
No,
You got
E does,
E,
then 59 and 60.
and 1392 doesn't.
but what's gonna happen is 4450F's gonna eventually want one, 50E, 50D, possibly C and B. So it's almost impossible for us to do this just because the Scars and the Nieces want Wheeler, William Niece Wheeler, and
well, I got a feeling just because I'm
knowledgeable of that.
knowledgeable is that and those parcels that have been broken up, that VDOT may not be excited about line of sight driveways, so they're having to share off of that 1392.
Absolutely.
So sharing off those other two, but I understand that, but you can't have one named drive when these other two parcels, 50F and 50E, take an immediate lead off that road.
Correct.
So this does not, logically, it's not correct.
Yeah, and so
It's really two roads, but
It could be considered 3,
correct.
but the main one goes from 221 all the way around to Mr. Niece's house.
Correct.
Right.
And that one I have no problem naming that one.
But there's not 3 houses on it.
Right.
Well, if you count his house and
1390.
these other 2
Those-
things as
but the-
just driveways, then there would be 3
Yes,
houses
that would.
off of that.
But the problem is that I see that if there is a deeded right-of-way off of this driveway, then you can't name 44-50E, which is what you're saying, Calinda. Is it
Winter Haven.
Winter Haven.
I'll make this statement, even though I think it looks really weird, the design of this is in public safety. If I'm dispatched to 1392 Floyd Highway North, it's gonna be a heck of a lot easier when I'm coming from Willis to know that Water Haven is right up here beside Calvary Baptist Church.
Right,
'Cause it-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
absolutely. But what do we do about 4450F, 4450E, 4450D, and C? Are they all gonna be Winter Haven? Because what's gonna
No.
end up happening,
Can't be.
but that's what they're trying to do. 4-50E is trying to be off Winter Haven. So now this person's had a heart attack, but they're going down Winter Haven looking for whatever number that's gonna be. It's not even a number yet, it's a 0.
2 lots survey.
You almost need Water Haven leading all the way back 1392, and then another name running parallel with Floyd Highway.
Which is the challenge, I believe.
Not if there's a deeded right-of-way coming off 221.
So they could share that.
And they could share the entrance there. I think we need more.
They just can't name it because there's not 3 houses being.
Correct.
Well, what I'm saying, you could name Winter Haven from 221 all the way to 1392, but these 2 offshoots wouldn't be Winter Haven.
Yeah, but our,
Water Haven.
Water Haven.
but our technicality says, the technicality with which we're looking at this has to have 3 houses.
They just have long driveways. Their driveways won't be named. In other words, they'll have to put their house number out here at the end where it connects to that main one going back to the Nieces.
Thank you.
Where it comes down through there and then it turns, bears right and around. Well, where that one shoots on up the holler, it'll have to just be a private driveway. It won't be a name. And the same thing for these 2 over here, E and F.
Yeah,
They won't be, that won't be a named driveway. The only name will be on the main one that goes back to there. Well, you got their house, then you got 2 driveways off of it that would constitute your.
But what I'm saying is, in 44-50D or 44-50E, God forbid somebody's having a heart attack, there is no name on that driveway leading off of 221. The ambulance is heading down Winter Haven, stops at 1390, doesn't see the heart attack victim, or goes all the way down to 1392, doesn't see him either. And then he has to come back and then go in. There needs to be another name on this other road. I understand for public safety, I agree wholeheartedly with you, Levi, but this is.
Yeah, I agree. The road band, right. Seems like it should have its
Own name.
own name.
But our policy doesn't allow it to have its own name because we don't have houses here yet.
Well, that goes back to where I was saying. They're gonna have whatever their house number is designated there. They're gonna have to put it down here where their driveway enters into it, onto this one that we do name. And same thing for these people up this holler at 1390. They're gonna have to put a sign down there that actually states their house number.
This is the main road coming in.
Yeah.
It goes straight right there. They could put another sign or, Water Haven. And then, like you said, put a house number beside that and the house number there.
So that's the only way you can see it get it done.
Right, but it's black at night. They're trying to save somebody's life. they're hauling at, hauling in to the, hauling in.
It's like,
They're just not seeing, I don't know. I understand for safety why they want to do this, but this doesn't, I'm really surprised it got through Kevin.
1390 and 1392 have been this way for a long time.
Yes,
They've been there.
they have.
They've been structures there for a long time.
Yeah.
So
they
is
have.
the other one.
Which one?
1392's been there
That's
for.
what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Those have been there. The only reason this came into play is now because they're wanting to use the same drive.
And looking at some maps are different. You sit in the vehicle going in, you can see more about which way you should be going.
Well, after I figured out where it was at, I know the total because I've hauled hay out against the old here. So that's,
And Boyd Golf Course,
yeah.
that's a nice day.
And
You're ready. Go to prove it or not.
I know, it's my district and I really feel like we should name it, but it's just not following our rules. I don't think. And I mean, if we have a policy, but why would? Oh, I know they can. Well, no, I guess not. That's a hard hill to come off. I mean, I understand why they did it. It's not following our, like, how did this get through?
well, it's because if you read the letter after, dear property owner, they're considering those two driveways and those two dwellings as the number 2 and number 3. Mr. Neeson's is considered number 1.
I'm sorry.
So, from the technical, I understand what you're saying about emergency, but from a technical standpoint of the way it is, you can name a road that has 3 or more homes that access it or on it. And technically they are because they've got driveways that lead back to that main one coming in back to the Neeson's.
Main one going in bigger than those two driveways.
Oh, yeah.
Wider and everything, so you would be able to know that they're on the.
And I don't even know that somebody's living in that house 0 full time. It doesn't even have a number. I think it's a rental.
I don't think they do.
It's a
built
permit.
anything.
It's a permit.
Yeah.
It's just come.
Permit.
Yeah, so there's not even a house there.
And then it's to those adjoining properties.
Yeah, I mean, I feel for Mr. and Mrs. Scar and Mr. Neese, but we have a rule that you name a driveway when you have 3 houses on it.
Well, who are there's 3 people that signed it?
Yep.
Right.
John Wall.
Derek
Wall, John Derek Wall.
That's the one that is built. He's 0.
Oh. So the house is not on it yet?
No,
Things constructed.
Well, then if the house is not constructed, there's only 2 on it.
It's just, they're just pulling. Yeah.
For now.
So do you want to table this till the daytime meeting and have Kevin come?
Kevin or Barlow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we could go look in Sydney's stuff. I don't know.
I don't think we're completed house, it just is 3 houses. If they started the house, then technically that's the 3rd one.
We'll just table it to the day meeting.
on to the next one.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay, so the next one, if I might, Mr. Chair, says the Department of Emergency Management would like to submit a request for the naming of a shared drive where 3 or more structures will be addressed. While they are not currently 3 address structures on the driveway, staff feel that naming the drive now will save future address changes to any structure addressed in the subdivision. Cypress Drive Southeast, the property owners returned the signed form with the following name, Mirabelle Drive.
Well, one. Yep.
You see anything that says the width of the
It says 50 foot, it's got a 50 foot right.
Yeah, it's a pretty good, well, I wouldn't call it a pretty good driveway, but we don't even have a topo on this one. We don't even have a map, so we can see a pretty picture. Not that we can't read the survey. But where's our,
where is it road?
just inside of Floyd County.
Well, I know that, but I'm looking at where it ends.
It is wraps,
It wraps and it ends
back
at
to,
a,
back at the back.
yeah, the back track.
Don't we?
Table it? Oh, this is your district.
Or something like
Yeah. It's like a apartment with the drug.
It's like, it's a turn around.
because this is potentially a state road, meet the state standards, has to be some kind of turnaround.
It might be. I think it's. Over here. It's clearly on yours, Levi.
Yeah, it's just,
This is where the road ends. Down in the hole.
back.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Comes in. Yep. This goes into that. Right. Back of
The end of the scene.
yeah.
Back part of it had to be what is required.
I know all the taxes are paid for.
Yeah, they are. It's a lovely spot.
Well, well, here, the point I'm getting to is that this is potentially, which that may change if we get to this table, but. I've been waiting on it a long time, but, yeah, I'm going to wait a while longer. But there needs to be something shown, should have been something shown that turnaround of some kind that needs to be done. Requirements that be built to be done.
We've both been on it.
Basically, just a little farm road that they put gravel on.
And
Just made a 50 foot line.
Well, in the future, that'll be, right now, ordinance says do.
yeah. So we tabling this one too?
Well, it doesn't have 3 houses on it.
It's got one. I'm sorry. We have.
I think, Lee, is it your district?
Well, it does call for 3 address structures.
Yeah.
Permitted.
Yeah. they
Oh,
are.
oh, yes, our ordinance does.
See, 2 of them were just built for real estate.
Yeah,
They, no housing, no nothing, just real estate address.
correct.
I don't see how that address would work anyway on my old Florida. Other if you ain't got a house, no mailbox.
Yep.
Or 3 or more structures.
Have these lots already been sold?
Some of them have, I think.
I don't think,
I guess maybe I'm a little confused there if the Department of Emergency Management is the one who sent the request. And they know that there are not 3 structures on there.
well, do they?
Here's,
Well, no, they said Yeah, while there are not currently 3 address structures on the driveway, staff feels the name of this drive will save future address changes. So what is the policy?
If we're not following our policies, then what is the
Kevin's recommending it to us, but what is the policy?
policy? Means you're supposed to have 3 structures.
But is that what the policy said? 3 built structures?
Question for Carl.
Okay.
Okay.
This is to avoid problems. Lots are being sold. The road hasn't actually been constructed to VDOT standards. Did this developer put down a bond to cover the road? Under our current ordinance, they're supposed to. And if they haven't, they had one before they ever sold every lot. If I remember our ordinance correctly.
Yeah, that.
And the reason I read
Is
it,
each needs to be approved.
the reason I asked that is because I wanted to slip through the cracks over off of Christiansburg Pike. It's now in my district, thank you. So we need to leave sure that that person did put a bond down on a big standard road.
I think we need to, so we can get some more clarification.
I mean, if in the past, and I can't recall, you know, if in the past, we've been approving them as long as they're lots and whether the house is there or not. I don't remember it, but I don't think we have.
I think we've turned a couple of ways because of this. I mean, if we want to change our policy, I'm all about listening to why we should, but
Changes there.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Why don't, tabling this one, sir, they need to talk with Kevin. It's not to create a problem. I don't see a problem.
I just want to do what we've been doing.
Right.
Yeah.
And if we've been approving them without the actual structure there, then we've set a precedent, so we need to.
I never remember it approved without houses.
Yeah.
I don't either, but I'm saying if we have somehow, go forward that same courtesy.
But I'm trying to think about the one that came up recently.
That was one trying to get a house on the neighbor, just had an outbuilding.
Right.
And
Turned them down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to address that need. It's catching people to do what intended to catch.
Yeah.
But until we do assess it and change it, it's still force.
Table it?
Day meeting.
Okay.
Okay. C. Okay, so we're tabling both of the road namings until the daytime meeting. So if I might, Mr. Chair, moving on to the reappointment of someone named Dr. Linda Millsap for the Onward New River Valley Board of Directors and an Executive Committee, and that is a 2-year commitment. Second.
I'm just going while we got to go.
Right, on the motion to reappoint Dr. Linda Millsaps for the Onward New River Valley Board of Directors and Executive Committee to the 2-year term. Mr. Booth?
Yeah.
Ms. Kickenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, thank you. One more decision to go, and then just a couple real quick updates. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. So as you recall, D is where we added doing an RFP for an audit. And so I'll give you as you know, of course, we just recently got our audit from our current folks. In looking back, it appears the last time we did an RFP for an auditor was actually for FY 18, 19, and 20. So we are legal. Steve and I talked about this. So as long as we've been signing an engagement letter, we are meeting the legal requirements. But it would be much better practice for us to go out and do an RFP. Best practice would also be to have done this about 2 weeks earlier, but didn't know that. So we're here now, and I have reached out to some other firms just to see if they would be willing to entertain responding to the RFP. And they have indicated that, of course, depending on what we put it in, that they would be willing to do that. So would ask, and I will tell you, I have our previous RFP handy. Pulaski recently did theirs within the last year, so we'll try to be looking at both of those to draft something, and also we'll get up with Montgomery. And so we can make sure what we have is current, because there's been a lot of changes to GASB, and then all the things required by ARPA and CARES. The state's requirement to have it in December, or actual audit in December. That'd be great. Yes, yes, that would be awesome. So if it's all right with you, so our staff request would be to authorize us to work on that document, share it with you, but give us the authority to work with Mr. Durbin to make sure to go ahead and move with that as soon as we can, because we are a little behind. But then again, I did, when I spoke to Mr. Durbin about it, he felt like it was not, again, it's the best practice to go out by April 1, but it is not a requirement. And in talking to or communicating with the other firms, we are not alone. In fact, Pulaski put theirs out in July with the July 24th return date last year. So in that case, we're ahead of the schedule.
So move.
Second.
All right. Okay. On the motion to authorize staff to move forward with the development and offering of an RFP for the county's audit services, Mr. Booth?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner. All right, thank you. That's the last action items that I have. Wanted to let you know a couple of quick items on the tourism update. We have recently, actually Kathleen and I had a call with Becky, who is a destination developer for Virginia Tourism Corporation. And based on that phone call, Kathleen put together an application overnight, literally. And so the Virginia Tourism Corporation has awarded our tourism effort $10,000 to put together a community-wide event in July. And so that funding will be used for that, and we will move forward with some additional details as we go forward, but really appreciate them being so understanding and trying to find a good way to create some work for folks. Then no match required. None at all. Yes. And depending on, we will be looking for some other private sector folks to help as well. Been talking to some folks around that, but we were pretty pleased about their support for that. They've been a really good partner. Yeah. Aging update, there's kind of a couple of quick things around that. We continue to work with the Agency on Aging on potentially putting together a PACE site in the county in the future, which would essentially provide some basic kind of blood pressure, checking sugar, those kind of things for folks without having to go to a full doctor, but flag them to make sure they know they need to go to a full doctor, and to hopefully help with some of our EMS issues. So that's one of those. Then didn't grab the dates, so I will send you all the dates for the upcoming aging workshops. We'll look here real quick and see if we can find it. But there are 2 workshops that we're working with them and with Extension, Social Services, There'll be a series of two around the legal and related issues. Oh, good. Thank you. The legal and related issues with aging, so wills, powers of attorney, all those kind of things. And citizens will tape it and put it on their loop for free on their public access channel. And so the dates on that Kim was able to find.
Session 1 is May 31st at 1 p.m. Session 2, June 30th at 1 p.m.
So May 31st and June 30th, 1 p.m. And I believe they're at the Baptist Church. I will double check, but I believe we used that before successfully.
Yes, it's a good space to fellowship.
Yes. And we've also, Tina's, who's the executive director of the Agency on Aging, went by the new rec building the other day, and so they're excited about using that potentially as a second site for a Friendship Cafe. And I also met with the pastor at the Lutheran Church, which sponsors the existing Friendship Cafe. So we've kind of talked through some of the logistics of that and let them know that we're not trying to take anything away from them, but that facility being there with the trail and all those things is a nice opportunity for some senior services. So we'll continue to walk down that trail a little bit. I think we'll be able to do that. And then the final item is the .gov update. You've probably seen on some of the emails that have come from, well, the three of us plus a couple other folks, that there's a notice that we are converting to .gov. Be sure to change your address book. So we've started with folks in this building, and then Danny's going to be broadening over time. And we will probably do the sheriff's office last because theirs will be by far the most complicated. So we want to learn as...
Yeah, so you got your guys' licenses on your, so they're ready to be set up whenever you guys want.
So can I change you now? Okay. You can change all of you?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Basically just add on the .gov to your Outlook that you currently have and just add it into there. So that way you're still getting the .org and the .gov right now. So
You need to come in.
yeah, I've got a couple of little things I have to do with it. Yeah.
Please do.
Okay.
All
All right.
If I make it to a meeting tomorrow evening, I may drop by.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I think that's the last thing, because I don't think I remember anything else at this point, but that's the last thing that I had on here for my updates, Chair.
Do have a couple of them. One.
Yes, this is the third time today. Okay.
Also,
Is that Fairlawn? Fairview. Fairview.
The other thing, and this is not excluding all, but maybe put together a letter of thank you to Jacob and all the volunteers for what they've done. And they be sure and include our town employees that helped out. Maybe a letter or something to you or Joe could send. They did a great job. It looks great. It has already passed the granddaughter's inspection. Also, thank him for, that they did a great job on the smaller one. Swings up, it cleaned up, cleaned stuff up. It looked great. And I just think we should thank them for what they, that it wasn't a small project by any.
Nope.
The construction and the putting up and the scattering. That includes y'all. Y'all had some in that too.
Yeah, we even had Mark out there for a while. He disappears every once in a while there.
Yep. Yep, they did.
It's awesome.
Just gotta make sure that we got somebody around. That carried it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna end it on that high note. That's all.
Awesome.
Well, perfect, thank you. We'll take care of that, appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I was going back to them deer run, man, this meeting's been all about dumpsters tonight. But on them deer run boxes, with them photos and stuff, and being in my district, I was looking on the GIS site, I thought those might be on private owner's land, but those are within the state right of way. That's what it looks like on this.
It is.
I'm sort of for the opinion of pulling them things. At least temporarily, and I thought maybe even if we could, couple points on this, if we could display a sign, since it appears to be public property or the state right of way, if we could put a sign down there and just say, hey,
This is why.
we're pulling them because we've got, however you want to word it, but we got people feeding animals down here. Carcasses, construction materials, but I think that way at least the public's informed of why we're pulling. Hopefully it alleviates the outside jurisdictions coming in. And I know there'll be some people that's not happy about it, but run up to Dollar General and Hummingbird, that's gonna be not that far away, but maybe we can pass it on to solid waste that, obviously they'll know we're pulling them because they're gonna pull them, but maybe we can frequent Dollar General. It's already busy there
Right.
and it's gonna get more busy, but people's gonna have to get to here. And then, so I would like to see if we could do that, at least temporarily. And then the second thing, this was actually, I didn't think of this, but Mr. Officer Shaw sent me a text message after he left, and he wanted to know if maybe if we ever utilized the Citizens television channel for like public service announcements, just about the bears and don't feed the bears, shut the green box doors, just simple stuff like that. I thought that was a good idea. Yeah.
That's right.
Can I expand your notes?
Yeah.
A little bit? How much black? Check them out all of a sudden. Could you post a notice and just put on there because the abuse of the use of the green boxes, they will be removed from this location until further notice. And post that throughout the week before you yank them.
Okay.
But up on Shooter Road, people, and I told them what's gonna happen. I said, people are gonna come and they're gonna get mad because the boxes ain't here, but the trash is gonna stay. And sure enough, there was a truckload of trash right there about the boxes. So, and you probably got a lot of elderly people that come in down there. And they load up all the trash and they get up there, the boxes are gone. There they got a carload of trash and they gotta deal with.
Yeah, I was sort of worried. That's why y'all may have already knew that was. I didn't actually know that was on the right of way there. But I was sort of worried. Maybe if we pull, if it was privately owned, if we pull them, the landowner may be like, "Well, hey, I sort of like them not being here." But at least we're in control. We can put them back if we want to.
Well, to the people with solid waste, that woman was pretty outraged. She wanted them off her land. Period. And he wanted them off yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's another reason they moved them so quick, but.
Well, if we don't, we'll end up having, a breeding ground for cats if we ain't careful with all the pictures of that feed everywhere.
Well, and if you notice, if you read the one correspondence, the gentleman, within his own correspondence, he said, yeah, it's a dangerous up here. I won't even let my girl out to feed the cats anymore. I wouldn't have put that in there, especially when we're talking about updating our ordinance.
When they was doing it at Buffalo Mountain, there was trapping, taking, moving, slaves, bring them back, turn them out. what about people that, in a cat free, you know, just like dogs, but somebody's pet that they didn't want spayed or neutered shows up, disappears,
Then
week
show-
later comes back, he's got a notch in his left ear. I mean,
Yeah, especially, you know, some of these people, I don't necessarily agree with it, to each your own. You know, they actually breed these, there's certain
Right.
breeds.
Yeah.
If they get caught up in it,
people gonna get upset. Cat gets out and all of a sudden it leaves home. And before they find it.
And neuter.
Yeah. And another thing, feeding them at your green boxes, that brings in your raccoons, that green boxes.
Crabs.
And then next thing you know, coyotes, their favorite meal is cat. They go.
What? Yeah, it feels like we got a people problem, that's like.
Yeah, that's
well,
our
that's
biggest
the biggest problem at all the sites. Down here on Route 8, after I found out about the boxes being put together and some of them lost, I went down there and I ran into another fellow, but anyway, I just walked over to the bank. Well, instead of throwing it up on top, there was already 2 or 3 brand new garbage bags. They just got up there, they just rolled them over the bank, down toward that creek.
Sure.
So,
Well, they're not done.
the people problem, and they don't realize if they don't start taking it, if we go to the dumpster sites, like Montgomery County, they don't realize the tax increase we're gonna have to do those things. Just by simply closing the door, doing what they need to help us out. You know, when we go to those, like at one site in the valley up there was almost 60,000. Well, shoot, that was not, that's a drop in the bucket if we go to those kind of sites. We're talking about massive tax increases to have funding to do those sites. And that's if we find some, and with that kind of investment, we almost need to own the land, so that's gonna add to the price too. Because you don't wanna go in there and put $100,000 in a site and then have the person say, I don't want it there anymore.
So I was getting ready to say, you know, we don't need to spend that much money on the site. We don't.
Right. But my point is, if the people would help us out,
You know, I'd say about 85% of people do,
yeah.
but you got this some bunch that just plain out.
When I pull up to the green, like if I pull up to the green box site down on Route 8, I'll put money in, close the door, I'll walk all the way around and close all the doors while I'm there.
Yep.
Carry a trash bag in the truck. And it gets full. Tied up, pull up, throw it out. Every now and then I miss the door. I get out, pick it up. That's what I'm gonna preach about, don't
The ones up here in Glenville, I took a bag up there the day before yesterday. The dumpsters were, it was only half full, the doors was closed. I put mine in, closed it, and instead of walking this way, I walked back around, well, there lays the trash bag on the ground. That they wouldn't even open the door and put it in.
I've actually seen people up there by foot and road pull in, throw their trash out, and then pick up.
Yeah. I've seen several people with those little gripper things. I'm sorry, that didn't.
Oh, it's all right. The only other thing is in the ad. I know it's in May, but I think it's towards the end, but if we can just look to see about the law enforcement week. That's, I think it's towards the latter part.
You know, it's,
The
just
15th.
think back when I come down the road this evening, when Scotland buried, they had moved the hay across the road, so it was always.
May 9th.
Well,
May 9th.
Yeah.
I think it's the week
That's when
after.
it's- That's when he got killed.
yeah, I think he was buried like on the 12th,
Yeah, I think it's the very next week, the week of the 15th.
so I think that's, I don't know.
After our meeting.
We have our meeting May 9th. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, maybe we would have ate that morning because I got stopped. They always have.
Well, actually, yeah,
Mm.
I haven't hit one yet, so I'd like to go to that.
I missed the last year.
Well,
I was gonna ask you, office in Columbia District, but, the lady that called me, EMS,
Mm-hmm.
was you able to find out anything?
Yes. So, I was able to find out, I got up with Kevin and they're gonna go ahead. Jenny's able to find her address, since she's been, yeah, since they've been transported before and they've been out before. And so, yes, that's taken care of.
Was you?
No, not yet. You want me to call her or you want to call her? I don't care, call her. Okay.
In your district, you know, this weekend. I'm glad y'all was able to work that out. Well, she was down in no man's land. Know about where they live, but
Mm-hmm.
Law Enforcement Week is Sunday, May 14th through Saturday, May 20th. And if both you and Levi are gonna be late, should we maybe put the time of the meeting? Because it's usually at 9, right?
We usually have services.
Yeah.
start about 10:30.
Sure.
I think that's pretty good.
And any of y'all?
Yeah.
Probably need to get that motion can start.
Alright. I'll make a motion to amend the time of our May 9th meeting until 10:30, 8:30.
I'll second.
All right. All right. All right, on the motion to change the time of our next scheduled daytime meeting on May 9th to 10:30 a.m. as opposed to the regularly scheduled 8:30. Ms. Cookenbuck?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes,
All right.
and you may put that on county website, but
Oh.
maybe put a nifty report for it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
So with that, everybody's done, I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that because there has been no resolution at the legislature yet, we do not currently have any more budget sessions scheduled. So if you would be okay with leaving it to when it starts to look like there's real movement, or you just run out of time, so we'll work the schedule backwards. That we would leave that open for the time being, but then decide and advertise.
Us every year. When they give her a can't get us a budget. But I don't like what you told me about the 5, 6, and 7%. They're lending heavily to the 7%.
Heard that too.
I said, no. Double. That's why I said, because you're going to fix our budget if you do that. Because we don't have to come up with a boatload of money if you do that. And I said, we can't afford it. I said, well. But, they just 2 votes, so,
Well, and if I might, it's particularly hard in addition to that, but the larger jurisdictions that have a lot of growth, like our one neighboring one to the north, they can move forward because they have deeper pockets.
They can absorb it.
They can absorb it, and so, but in our case, we operate a little closer.
Counties always.
instead, Richmond, everybody messed the charge with the election.
Or tax.
Yeah.
10:30.
Thank you.
We quit.
Now you cook.
So moved.
Great.
Mr. Midnight.
Everybody's
Yeah, second.
Yep. All right, on the motion to adjourn, we're quick for the night. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbeck?
Yes.
Mr. Cox? And Mr. Turner. All right, stand adjourned.
You didn't get 8.